in die Game Shops. Das heißt, die könnt ihr in-game kaufen. Corsair, Cutter, Pisces. Warum die Vulture nicht? Ich verstehe es nicht. Ich meine, ist genau die Zeit jetzt noch nicht abgelaufen, aber die Vulture ist auch schon so lange angekündigt und verschoben worden. So, warum kommt die Vulture nicht in die Shops? Ist mir ein Rätsel. Hätten sie doch auch machen können, oder? Die Vultures mit in Game Shop. Naja gut, sind nicht da. Wie dem auch sei. Dann haben wir hier Traktorbeam T05. Was zur Hölle? Was zur Hölle ist T05? Ich erinnere mich dunkel daran. Wir machen keine Tier 0 mehr. Wir machen keine Tier 0 Sachen mehr ins PU. Ja genau, ins PU. Wir machen jetzt Squadron 42 und wenn es da super läuft, dann gibt's, und wenn alles ausgearbeitet ist, natürlich gibt's, dann kommen die Sachen ins PU. Ja? Aber ein Traktorbeam kann mir doch keiner erzählen, dass sie den nicht in Squadron 42 brauchen. Und den machen sie jetzt in T05 rein. Item Attaching und Detaching. Also wir können jetzt Items an- und abknipsen. Ja, ist super. Insgesamt eine geile Sache. Habe ich auch gemeint. Boah, ich bin richtig Asche. So, noch zweimal runter. Folgendes passiert. Wir können jetzt die Dinger an- und abmachen, ist super. Und weiter unten in den Patch Notes steht auch drin, dass die Verkäufe von den Komponenten hier rebalanced die Menge von Schiff, Waffen, Raketen und Komponenten, die in den Desktops und Leos, ich weiß nicht genau, was ein Leo ist, verkauft werden, dass sie reduziert und rebalanced werden. Das heißt, ich gehe davon aus, dass man nicht mehr zum Beispiel einen Quantum Drive an 3 Locations kaufen kann, sondern nur noch an 2 oder einem. Oder dass man mehr rumfliegen muss, um sich die Sachen zu besorgen. Dazu kommt noch, ich weiß nicht, ob es drin bleibt, im PTU ist es aktuell so, wenn du dein Schiff claimst und du hattest da Sachen dran gebaut, dann sind die weg. Das heißt, wenn das Schiff explodiert und du musst es claimen, oder du claimst es anderweitig, dann sind die Sachen, die du dran gebaut hast, weg. Fort. Nur noch Stock, nur noch die Stock-Sachen sind dann wieder dran. Also alles, was das Schiff vorher hatte. Das hatten wir schon mal in einem PTU-Patch und das haben sie wieder rausgenommen. Ich gehe davon aus, dass das jetzt aber drin bleibt, aufgrund der Tatsache, dass man sich von anderen Schiffen die Sachen abmachen und bei sich dran machen kann und so weiter. Dass das dann dafür da ist, dass man da so ein bisschen rumprobiert und so. Auf der anderen Seite ist das aber für einen normalen Spieler, für einen, der noch, sagen wir mal, auf der Hälfte des Weges ist von der Lernkurve, ist das ziemlich unwahrscheinlich, dass er das macht. Oder viele sind da auch genervt, die würden da nie besondere Waffen oder besondere Items reinbauen in ihre Schiffe. Das finde ich ein bisschen die Kombination aus dem, dass die Sachen jetzt nicht mehr überleben nach einem Versicherungsschaden. Finde ich doch ungünstig. Hab ich drüber nachgedacht, finde ich sehr ungünstig, könnte sehr, sehr abschreckend wirken auf ganz viele Spieler. Aber es geht ja ums Testen. Es ist Alpha, es geht ums Testen. Deswegen ja auch ich gucke mal kurz nach, am 19. bis zum 30. Mai findet ja die Invictus Launch Week statt. Wahrscheinlich wieder mit einem Freefly. Da kommt ähm, Da kommen wahrscheinlich drei neue aus den League-Sachen. Ich will es gar nicht sagen. Ein Schiff ist auf jeden Fall flyable, offensichtlich. Irgendwas im Holo. Und ist ja auch egal. Auf jeden Fall, es findet wieder ein Sale statt. Und ich gehe davon aus, dass die Marketinggeschichte auch mit dem Sale natürlich damit zu tun hat, dass die Drake Vulture dort sein wird, weil man die ja nicht im Shop kaufen kann. Also wird sie wahrscheinlich auch einen anderen Skin bekommen oder irgendwelche ganz tollen Goodies, die man mit Warbond kaufen kann. Also Marketing-driven ohne Ende. Ich verstehe, die Welt dreht sich um Geld. Aber wir sind hier die Community. Wir haben hier was. Auf der einen Seite wird immer gesagt, wir sind Fans und wir machen das zusammen und wir haben alle den Traum, aber wir haben nicht den Traum, dass wir wie Schafe durch so ein Gatter geschoben werden und uns dann das Geld quasi schon mal abgeschoren wird. Also schlechtes Beispiel. Ich bin ein bisschen aufgebracht gerade. So, würde mich freuen, wenn ihr auf mein Video reagiert und sagt, oh, der ist ja nur am Heulen. Ja, kann sein. Wenn ihr das nicht gut findet, warum ich das mache? Ich bin Content Creator. Für euch. Ihr wollt die Sachen auch haben. Ihr wollt das Drama und ihr wollt meine Gedanken haben. Wenn ihr das nicht wollt, wenn ihr nicht, ja, dann soll er aufhören zu spielen, ne? Dann soll er ausmachen. Mache ich aber nicht. Ich bin hier auch dafür da, um Kritik zu üben. Ich sage alles, was gut ist und ich sage alles, was schlecht ist. Und aktuell finde ich ziemlich viel suboptimal. Hier haben wir die Probleme. Deswegen, also wenn du das schlecht findest, mach einfach ausschalten. Na? Hier haben wir die Probleme, die jetzt auch neue Spieler betreffen. Die kommen jetzt ins Spiel rein und ich glaube nicht, dass wir mit 3.19, wenn ich mir hier die Liste angucke, der Bugfix ist und die Liste der Known Issues. Und wir wissen, die Known Issues sind ja auch nur, immer nur ein Teil von der Wahrheit und die erinnern sich auch, dass neue Spieler dann auch wieder da ein fatales Bild von Star Citizen haben. Aktuell ist es unmenschlich schlecht zu spielen. Es macht einfach keinen Spaß. Ich mag nicht reingehen, oft. Meine Livestreams mache ich echt auch oft nur wegen der Community und mit der Community. Weil ich da Bock drauf habe, für die Community was zu machen und auch was zurückbekomme. Fällt mir super schwierig, teilweise zu sagen, okay, heute machen wir was Cooles. Also momentan die auch sehr schön. So, jetzt genug geheult hier. Nochmal zu den Fakten. Was noch passiert ist, hier gibt es eine Liste, die ist mir zugespielt worden. Die Claiming-Zeiten verändern sich nämlich auch. Und zwar relativ stark sogar. Vorher hat zum Beispiel die Mist Star Runner 14 Minuten gebraucht. 14 Minuten gebraucht zum Claim. Und aktuell braucht die Star Runner jetzt 24 Minuten. Das heißt, die Claimzeiten sind wahnsinnig raufgegangen. Das wird noch sehr interessant werden. Also wer sich hier diese Liste anguckt, das war vorher, sagen wir mal, zum Beispiel die Hammerhead, um ein Beispiel zu haben. Die Hammerhead, ziemlich großes, fettes Ding. Und die Karak 45 Minuten, das war in 3.18, das sind 3.18. Und in 3.19 haben wir hier für die Karak 98 Minuten. Das sind 1,5 Stunden. Und die Hammerhead fast eine Stunde. Also bei der Hammerhead kommt eine Viertelstunde drauf. Und bei der Karak kommt, ich weiß nicht, wo die Zahlen herkommen, aber das ist mir so zugespielt worden. Bin mal gespannt, ob das so bleibt. So, und abgesehen davon. Der Zustand ist schlecht und ich glaube, der ist nicht so erwartet worden von CIG. Ich glaube, wir bekommen dieses Jahr, wir sind noch nicht raus aus dem Tal der Tränen und es geht mit 3.19 weiter. Die Probleme werden nicht automatisch gelöst, nur weil wir 3.19 bekommen, weil wir haben immer noch dieses Stuttering und diese ganzen Instabilitäten. Wir werden sehen, wo es hingeht. Können wir nur hoffen, dass 3.19 da Abhilfe schafft oder 3.19.1. 3.19 kommt auf jeden Fall wegen der Invictus Week und der Event. Davon ist auszugehen. Das heißt, da drücken sie auf jeden Fall durch. Komme, was wolle. Marketing hin oder her. Wir haben bei der Con 42 in Frankfurt, in Mülheim, ein ganz tolles Panel gehabt und ganz tolle Leute gesehen und Gespräche, die da geführt worden sind. Von auch Crash Academy habe ich gesehen von Sawyer, der sich toll mit Yogi Klatt zum Beispiel unterhalten hat, fand ich ganz großartig. Oder Sitko hat auch Interviews gemacht. Die Leute auf den Panels, da wurde nah an der Community operiert. Da wurde ist echte Nähe entstanden. Da wurde gesprochen, wie das Volk spricht, wie die Player sprechen. Wenn ich mir die Jared-Videos angucke, bei aller Liebe ist es toll gemacht und so weiter, ist auch, aber informativ ist teilweise anders. Ich finde es sehr, sehr, sehr künstlich. Es ist sehr hochgezogen und der Vergleich zur Con 42 zum Beispiel, zu den Gesprächen, die ich da gesehen habe, die Content Creator gemacht haben, und da gehörte Jared ja auch mal zu, also zu den freien Content Creator. Das ist ein Unterschied wie Tag und Nacht. Das hat mir so viel besser gefallen als die Konserven, die wir mittlerweile, diese hochgezüchteten Konserven, die wir mittlerweile bekommen. Alles nur, um jede Reibung zu vermeiden, erzeugt für mich fast eigentlich noch mehr Reibung. Und das, was ich da gesehen habe, zum Beispiel, viel, viel besser ist. Chapeau an die Jungs, die da vor Ort waren und mit ihren Kameras und mit ihren einfachen Mitteln und das trotzdem super hingekriegt haben. Auch die Teams, die dahinter gearbeitet haben. Bei den Interviews oder bei der Con 42 ist schon echt nice. Ja, und das lebt natürlich auch von den Entwicklern, die sich dann bereit erklären, dahin zu gehen. Und ein bisschen mit der Angst, oh, hoffentlich erzähle ich nichts Falsches oder zu viel oder ich muss aufpassen. Die werden bestimmt auch geimpft werden. Aber das, was man da gesehen hat, war einfach das, was ich mir als Fan vorstelle. Und da sind wir leider ein bisschen von weggekommen. Es ist sehr unpersönlich geworden oder sagen wir mal, es ist mir zu professionell geworden vor der Kamera. Informationsfluss und so weiter. Ich glaube, täte gut daran, wenn wir wieder mehr Nähe zulassen könnten und auch es gab viel Dramen und aus dieser Angst heraus ist CNG meiner Meinung nach so viele Schritte nach hinten gelaufen. Die Roadmaps, die Veröffentlichung, alles wurde dann auf die Goldwaage gelegt und man darf den Hatern halt nicht genug Futter geben. Aber eigentlich müsste man die Hater ignorieren. Die Community lechzt und giert nach Echtheit und Authentizität. Und da bin ich dabei. Das ist für mich, aktuell ist Star Citizen für mich auch sehr glatt geleckt. Oft an vielen Stellen. Und vorausschaubar, vorhersehbar. Die Events, die stattfinden, die Marketing-Dinge, die wir da bekommen. Das ist alles so, man kann Witze drüber machen im Vorfeld und die stimmen dann hinterher auch. Das finde ich halt furchtbar. Also etwas mehr Gamer-Community, bitte, CIG. So, das war meine 5 Cent zum aktuellen Stand der Dinge. Ich hoffe, ich habe mich nicht zu sehr in Rage geredet und ich hoffe, ihr habt nicht zu viel Mimimi. Ihr könnt gerne in die Kommentare Mimimi schreiben. Gebrochene Versprechen hin oder her und Dinge, die nicht passieren und geklappt haben, hin oder her. CIG, ihr müsst euch jetzt ein bisschen mehr, ihr müsst euch mal reinhauen. Ihr müsst mal ein bisschen weniger auf die Knete, sondern mehr auf und machen auch, ja? So, ein bisschen mehr machen. Und die Developer, ich glaube, die Developer machen lassen. Nicht so viel hin und her springen, ja? Wir wollen ein geiles Spiel haben. Ja? Und auch mal ehrlich sein und sagen, ja, PU ist halt ein Spiel schon. Und das geht halt mal besser und mal schlechter. Und PTU ist die Testumgebung. Ja? Und nicht so ein Scheiß labern. Ich wünsche euch was. Ich bin mal gespannt, ob einer mal reactet auf mein Video oder so. Das fände ich ganz gut. Wir sehen uns im Verse. Tschüss. Oder in deinem Laderaum.
Okay, I guess we gotta go to the Metro Center. They both go to the Metro Center, so let's just... Right, here we are, Metro Center. Yeah, this looks different. To me, at least. Maybe I'm wrong. What the... Is that an invisible wall? Alright, let's try the other way. What? Okay. That's a weird one. Wait, unless... No. Okay, I guess that's not available yet, so I guess I'll go to gate 2? I don't know. Okay, so I'm back. I will say the journey from Habs to Spaceport has not changed. That looks more or less the same to me, so in case you're wondering why I didn't show you that, that's why. Yeah, we're gonna have a little fly around in the Arrow, do some little low flying, and now it's daylight as well. We can have a proper look around, so that'll be cool. Also, I still want to look at that lava pools. I'm not gonna obviously fly into the pit of doom. We all know why that's a bad idea now. But yeah, daylight. Beautiful game. Am I the only one that launches like this, by the way? Woohoo! Oh, it's so good. And now, oh my word, we've got a proper look at the city in daylight. We can actually see what's going on. What's it look like in a... Yeah, look at that. So, we've got the spaceport here. Oh, Mercury Star Runner. Very nice. Man, this looks so good. Like the giant crane things down there. You got the train line. Oh man, I saw this. I think I saw this in the trailer. Hang on, I need to put a speed limiter on. There's no way I'm flying around really fast. It'd be amazing, by the way, if there was like a racetrack around here, by the way. That... Oh. No, not again. No. Man, okay, they are really touchy about where you can go. But at least they give you a warning. But can I go down here? This is what I want to see. Yeah, anyway. As I was saying, it'd be... No, you won't let me go in here? Ah. No, you're joking me. What? Okay, they need to refine that. Okay, so feedback. They need to like make it more obvious for me, because I clearly have no idea what I'm allowed to go near and what I'm not. Maybe I'll learn, but it'd be nice if there was like more of a warning. Like that comes up with like you've got 20 seconds to get out, and it removes me at like 4 seconds. So it would be much better if they you know, just gave me that time to actually get out of the way. I'm sure they will, but you know, that's kind of annoying. Like I don't know what I'm allowed to play with and what I'm not, and it's kind of weird and obnoxious when it sends you back to the lobby there. But man, all I want to do is look in these cauldrons. They look incredible. Whoa. So they don't actually have any lava in. They kind of, unless these are empty. Huh. Man, look at that though. Is there a trench over here? I swear I saw a trench. Oh wait, look, there's gate 4. Oh, interesting. So remember before where I spawned with the land vehicles? Is this what this is? Huh. That's... Whoa! Easy. I have absolutely no doubt the performance in this city will get better. Like, genuinely. But in terms of, like, how this actually freaking looks, color me incredibly impressed. It looks amazing. Hang on. Screenshot time. Looks amazing. I mean, I don't even know if that's a good screenshot. Like, how do you screenshot a city like this? It's kind of impossible. So much to take a screenshot of. Like, look how you got the blue sky, but you've got like that really thick smog. Damn. Looks insane. Anyway, guys, there is so much to explore here. There's no way I'm going to be able to explore all of it. But if you want to make sure you don't miss all the other features in 3.19, in video format at least, make sure you go ahead and subscribe. And I'll see you, beautiful people, in the next one. I'm just going to go get some thumbnails. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
It is too far away. Not ready yet. I am out of reach. I cannot do that yet. I need to get closer. Not enough rage. It is too far away. to get closer. I am outside range. I need to get closer. Need more rage.
Hi, today I'll design and make something incredible, a lantern. No, wait, not a crap lantern, a magical fairyland lantern. Watch to the end or the link in the description for more details. Now I provide a free... See, they get stuck up there because of the high pressure behind them. Well, it does seem balling it has a better chance of rising.
Keep it real.
Here, I made it kind of ballish-like. Come on. Come on. Oh, look at it. It's flying. Not bad. It gets stuck up there still. It seems removing those air straightening blades and let it just cyclone solves almost all the problems. Also, making the firefly like a ball makes sure it doesn't stick because it can roll around easier. So I guess we'll cut these fins off to allow the vortex. There we are. But then I had to make a mesh to make sure my fireflies don't fall into the fan blades and die, which I tried to hand print on the 3D printer hot plate. The properly printed part worked better. In an attempt to go glueless to make my flies lighter, I came up with this, which looks nicer too. Now we have to slide this piece on top of our old piece and just make sure their notches fall into each other. And there we go. We have something like this. Now we place our coil on this part. No, I had to rip some of the now finally functional. Turns on. So I'll make 7 first. And electronics from an industry.
Lorville and ArcCorp look absolutely breathtaking in the latest Star Citizen update. Patch 3.19 is now available for Wave 1 testers in the PTU environment. It brings the massive Lorville rework, clouds for ArcCorp, new salvage missions, weapon and module detaching and attaching mechanics with the tractor beams. There's longer insurance claim times on spaceships, a new PvP Ghost Hollow mission, new cleanup systems for persistence, and of course, tons of bugs, which I will be discussing a bit later in the video. Now, the first thing that pretty much anyone has to check out when booting up the new patch is the Lorville update. Lorville, being one of the first major landing zones in the game, is a dystopian Blade Runner / 1984 style city on Hurston. The first iteration of the city did look cool, but it was lacking in scale, detail, and atmospherics, all of which have been addressed with this update. Lorville 2.0 truly looks incredible, from the golden statues of the Hurston family members to the blazing hot furnaces used in weapon production, the new mega skyscrapers. It may as well be an entirely new city. I mean, it kind of is. And it really shows the difference between CIG's early city tech and the new modern tools that the engine has. The only issue I have with it is the new no-fly zone locations. They're pretty unpredictable and they'll just pull you right out of your ship while you're doing some sightseeing. Pretty annoying, especially when the city was advertised as having new flight zones that let you take in the views and fly close to structures. But that should hopefully be an easy fix for the devs to make the city a bit more accessible. There's also cool areas like new landing zones on top of buildings and inside buildings that look like they're primed for some spaceship racetracks. In fact, the devs alluded to a new track in the latest ISC, so that could become another awesome city track. Now, Lorville wasn't the only city to get an update. ArcCorp, a giant city planet, which first debuted about 4 years ago, has seen very few updates since its initial reveal. And with 3.19, it finally received a massive volumetric cloud layer to the entire planet. The volumetric clouds look very cool and add a ton of atmosphere. Get it, because they're clouds and it's an atmosphere joke. Yeah, anyway, it's kind of crazy just how much of a visual improvement these new atmospherics make, but it's a long overdue update for this planet. CIG made one of the most impressive procedurally generated worlds that I've ever seen, and then they proceed to do basically nothing with it for 4 years. Hopefully ArcCorp will start to get more mission locations and relevance soon. The clouds do look a little funky at times though, with grainy lighting effects in the distance and some chunky animations when seen up close. Again, plenty of room for refinement, but the initial implementation is hands down a massive upgrade. Now, the next major change is a big improvement to salvage gameplay. There's new salvage missions from a salvage mission tab. These are pretty straightforward. You look at the contracts, find a salvage wreck that appeals to you, and then pay a fee for the salvage coordinates. You don't have to salvage the whole ship, and you can abandon the mission as needed without any penalties, but it basically gives you the coordinates of a ship or multiple ships. Interestingly, it appears that these coordinates are probably used for different people as well, as there were a few different players around me salvaging the same groups of ships. But I noticed the whole material seemed to actually regenerate on the ships over time, so coming back to a previous wreck that I had more or less completely stripped, there was more material to grab. Kind of a weird system now, not sure if that's a placeholder or what the final plan is. The other new system that's really going to open up the looting gameplay is the ability to take components off of ships with your tractor beam. There is a process, however. You need to actually go into the ship and then unlock ports so you can remove them. This is actually a new keybind that you have to set up in the menu, and it can also apparently be accessed from the pilot seat by looking around, but I couldn't seem to find it. Now, according to Reddit, if you soft kill a ship in combat, the ports will already be unlocked, so you won't have to go inside to grab weapons or modules off of the outside. But for an abandoned or derelict ship, you may need to actually sit in the pilot seat to do this. And I guess it's good in the sense that you don't want somebody to just come along and beam the weapons and components off of your ship while you're in it. Having a lock and unlock state totally makes sense. And while I didn't experience this myself, some people on Reddit are saying that there's now cargo and derelict ships that have cargo bays, and some of it can sell for quite a bit, adding massively to salvage profits. So spaceship looting is really starting to come online. Rare or high-level ship components are going to be less available in shops now, making players need to acquire them from salvage or maybe even through other player vendors, a la the long-awaited Banu Merchantman, a flying merchant ship that you can dock at to buy all kinds of totally legal items. This implementation we're seeing here is the first step toward creating a player-driven economy for better gear and real need for salvaging and looting items. Eventually, all internal components will be removable from these ships, their hulls will be munchable for salvage, and there'll even be a more elaborate crafting system for creating all kinds of items based on the materials that you salvage. Currently, you can create multi-tools and multi-tool parts with the crafting system, but hopefully that will evolve soon. Now, the mining satchels on the prospectors can also be removed with tractor beams, alluding to multi-ship mining operations becoming a real thing soon. The idea being that miners can stay out in the asteroid fields while haulers come by to collect and transport the minables back to the station for refinement and sale. That said, this new system is still surrounded by Star Citizen jank. Removing items from ships with tractor beams is janky and somewhat unclean. There's no clear way to store ship components in cargo bays, so they all just kind of rattle around and get in the way. And while salvaging, one of my salvage crates became invisible in the cargo bay, preventing me from moving it out of the way, so I basically couldn't extract any more salvage and the whole thing stopped working. In other words, the concepts here are great, but the implementation is far from finished and super buggy, much like the entire rest of the Star Citizen experience. Now, a fairly controversial change coming to the game is the new insurance claim times on ships. CIG has increased them massively, creating higher penalties for losing your ship in the game, which I think for the long vision of the game is a great decision, making players really weigh the loss of their ships with money and time. It'll heighten all the combat and the risk-reward factors in the game. It certainly worked wonders in EVE Online, creating extremely tense combat situations. That said, updating the game with a punishment system now is an absolute disaster in my opinion. Claim times are not new tech that need to be tested. They're simply integers that can be changed at any point. Currently, players lose ships most of the time due to bugs and the game client crashing. At least for me, user error rates are pretty low, and most of my ships die or become inaccessible because of glitches or my client crashing or an invisible asteroid that I run into or whatever. If CIG wanted to spend a year with all dev hands on deck fixing Star Citizen's bugs and problems to the point where 99% of the deaths are user error, then I'm game to move forward with a new punishment system. But until that happens, punishing players for things that are out of their control is absolutely crazy, especially when it's coming alongside a new player experience system to get people into the game. It's like, welcome to Star Citizen, here's your prison sentence and extremely punishing insurance claim times because you don't understand the game or it's super buggy. Plus, there's really nothing to do in the game right now while waiting for an insurance claim. Players are literally just gonna log off when they lose their ship. Anyway, dumb decisions aside, there's also new tidbits of the new player experience showing up in the UI, with key binding markers showing the possible interactions with systems. Now, this implementation is only a small part of the final package, but it's one of the new features coming with that whole onboarding experience. It also seems to be injecting just a little bit of the new interaction UI that was demoed at last year's CitizenCon, though it's very limited. Now, one of the things I didn't get to test yet with 3.19 was the new Ghost Hollow PvP and PvE missions. I'll be checking those out later, but the whole concept of them does sound pretty cool. There's also a new density manager that should remove ships, items, dead bodies, and stuff from missions or station locations. Obviously, testing this on the first day won't really give me an idea of how well it's working, but I'm sure the results will become apparent in the coming days. And it's good to see the tools for managing persistence coming online, since in many ways persistence made the game worse with all the junk and space collision buildup. There's now signs for Invictus launch week up at ArcCorp, showing that it starts on the 19th. So I think that means that this patch is supposed to drop by then. This could be a rough convention if the general stability of the game isn't improved. Even while playing on the PTU, I ran into bugs like not being able to open the hangar doors and elevators needing to be double-clicked just to get them to open their doors. At scale, these issues will likely just get worse. On the bright side, the UI did feel much more responsive compared to 3.18, so hopefully that's a fix and not just the fact that the PTU has a reduced player count. Star Citizen has been an absolute mess since the launch of 3.18. The state of the game has wavered between sort of playable and buggy to completely unplayable, and patch 3.19 isn't guaranteed to fix that, but the devs do seem confident in their ability to fix things, eventually. It's mainly an issue with scalability and bugs that only crop up when lots of people are online, which makes troubleshooting the problems much more challenging. But apparently the data that they've gathered from Xenothreat has been extremely useful, and I'm hoping that it leads to some major stability improvements soon. For me, the current state of the game has really been a hype killer. It's hard to get excited about the updates coming with 3.19 when I know that it's going to be surrounded by a ton of jank and buggy interactions and other quality of life downgrades. I am still really excited to see if the Bengal carrier is actually going to show up at ArcCorp for Invictus launch week. That's probably one of the updates that I'm most hyped for, because if we get some interior of that, it could be extremely cool. Beyond that though, I've just got my fingers crossed for some major stability improvements coming down the road. Hopefully they don't take too long. What are your experiences with Star Citizen recently? I'd love to hear about it in the comments. And next up, check out this video showing off all of the Star Citizen's amazing handheld weapons and their details and functionality. As always, thanks for watching, and I'll catch you guys next time. This is LevelCap, signing off.
How you doing, man? How are you? Be good.
In July 1967, the Soviet Union reveals what appears to be a new superfighter, and it sets off alarm bells.
We currently have no fighter in our operational inventory that could consistently, if successfully, combat the Foxbat. It is thought to have multiple air-to-air and long-range air-to-surface missile capability at a speed of Mach 3.
With the United States and Soviet Union locked in a struggle for air superiority, the Soviets seemed to be winning. Faced with the prospect of being outclassed in the skies, the United States would respond by engineering the greatest fighter jet in history. In the Korean War, early fighter jets like the American F-86 and Soviet MiG-15 squared off in fierce air-to-air battles. Both were light, agile jets built for close-range dogfighting. But by the mid-1950s, new technologies were beginning to radically transform fighter aircraft design. Powerful new radars could detect the enemy from much greater distances, while newly introduced guided missiles could hit targets kilometers away. Military planners grew convinced that air battles of the future would be fought beyond visual range, where the enemy wouldn't be more than a distant blip on a radar screen. And it meant the newest fighter jet, the F-4 Phantom, was no longer light or agile. It was fast, heavily loaded with missiles, and carried a powerful radar. Many believed that dogfighting had become obsolete. But in reality, nothing could be further from the truth. In the Vietnam War, the Air Force's new approach was put to the test. But things didn't go as planned. The skies over Vietnam were a chaotic mix of enemy and friendly aircraft, and the systems designed to help Air Force pilots identify the enemy proved unreliable, forcing pilots to get in close to visually confirm each target. The whole idea of engaging from a distance fell apart. The new F-4 Phantoms were pulled into close-quarter dogfights against more agile MiGs, something their pilots had never been trained to do, and the Phantoms' guided missiles proved hopelessly inaccurate. Designed for larger, high-altitude targets, initially only 14% ever hit anything. And when the missiles failed, pilots were left defenseless, because the F-4 was built without a gun for close combat. The larger, less maneuverable Phantoms with their notoriously smoky engines were easily spotted. The more agile MiGs lured the F-4s in close, knowing they were vulnerable.
The F-4 Phantom just barely held its own in this airspace because it is an interceptor used as a fighter, finding it difficult to compete with a fighter designed as a fighter.
American pilots were being downed at alarming rates, and military planners were learning that the age of dogfighting was far from over. Air Force planners scrambled to respond, equipping the F-4 with pod-mounted Gatling guns and training pilots to engage the more maneuverable MiGs. But these were stopgap solutions. What the Air Force really needed was a new dedicated air superiority fighter, and it meant scrapping every one of its earlier concepts for the next generation of fighter aircraft, which now looked too large, too heavy, and likely to fare even worse than the Phantom. And they'd have to move quickly, because in 1967, the Soviet Union unveiled a new fighter of their own. and it looked nothing like the MiGs that F-4 Phantoms were squaring off with in Vietnam. Everything seemed to suggest a fighter built for extreme maneuverability, with twin tails, a massive wingspan, and monstrous engines. Intelligence experts suspected that the Soviets were using advanced lightweight materials along with new radar and weapon systems. A few months later, the Soviets went on a record-setting spree, posting new world speed and altitude records with the new fighter. Officials suspected the worst.
We currently have no fighter in our operational inventory that could consistently, if successfully, combat the Foxbat.
If the experience in Vietnam wasn't concerning enough, the Soviet Union now looked ready to unleash a new super fighter. After spending the better part of 2 decades building mostly interceptors, fighter bombers, and attack aircraft, the Air Force finally set its sights on building a state-of-the-art air superiority fighter. In 1968, leading U.S. aircraft designers were invited to submit proposals. Their entries would be assessed using a groundbreaking concept called energy maneuverability, a mathematical formula to help define a fighter's total performance in terms of speed, thrust, drag, and weight. In December 1969, the contract to build the new fighter was awarded to McDonnell Douglas. Their design was the product of 2.5 million man-hours of effort, allowing development to begin immediately. The F-15 Eagle was designed from the ground up for tactical dominance in any airspace. 2 afterburning turbofans could unleash a massive 48,000 pounds of combined thrust, enough power to break the sound barrier even while flying straight up. With a top speed of over Mach 2.5, the F-15 would be the fastest fighter jet ever produced by the United States. For peak performance, the engines were fitted with variable air intakes, with a computerized air inlet control system adjusting to ensure optimal airflow at any speed or angle of attack. Where earlier fighters like the F-4 had a reduced wing area for high supersonic speeds, in the F-15, engineers instead opted for low wing loading, which combined with a high thrust-to-weight ratio delivered superior maneuverability. For maximum situational awareness, the cockpit was mounted high in the fuselage, with a canopy offering a commanding 360-degree view, along with a digital heads-up display fully integrated with radar and avionics. 8 Sparrow and Sidewinder missiles were mounted under the wings and along the fuselage. But if things got up close and personal, a 20mm Gatling gun could dish out 6,000 rounds a minute. And for maximum survivability, engineers designed in triple redundant hydraulics, low vulnerability flight controls, and a reinforced airframe. With its combination of speed, power, and agility, the F-15 was ready to earn its place as one of the greatest fighters ever built. The first prototype was unveiled in June 1972, just 3 years after McDonnell Douglas was given the go-ahead. The new fighter was put through an extensive testing program, and it would have to prove itself against the best of what the Air Force had to offer. Up against the heavy F-4 Phantom, the F-15 looked assured and in control, easily making quick work of the interceptor. Even the smaller, lighter F-5, used to simulate more agile MiG fighters in combat, struggled to shake the larger F-15.
Overhead! I can't do anything about it. Box 1 on the F-5, nose down.
In nearly every engagement, whether beyond visual range or close-in dogfighting, the F-15 commanded an overwhelming advantage. With a true air superiority fighter on their hands, the Air Force was ready to send a message to the Soviet Union. Only a year and a half earlier, the Soviets posted new time-to-climb world records with the MiG-25. Now, the F-15 was about to erase them. In 1975, engineers stripped a pre-production F-15 of its non-mission critical components, even removing its paint to make it as light as possible. In the cold, dense air of North Dakota, the Eagle made a series of climbs from a dead stop, rocketing up to altitudes as high as 30 kilometers, right to the edge of the Earth's stratosphere. Not only did the F-15 beat the MiG's records, it shattered them by more than 25%. The Air Force had a winner on their hands, and the F-15 Eagle would come to be recognized as one of the most successful fighter development programs in history. By 1974, the fighter was already in mass production, with over 400 early F-15A and B models ordered for the U.S. Air Force. And America's allies were also eager to get their hands on the new jet. The first foreign operator was Israel, beginning in 1976, followed by Japan a couple years later, and Saudi Arabia. And with some of the first F-15s being deployed at West German air bases, right on the Soviet Union's doorstep, it seemed only a matter of time before the new fighter faced off against the MiG-25. In 1976, the Americans finally got a first-hand look at the Soviet Union's superfighter. But it wasn't what they were expecting. In September of that year, Lieutenant Viktor Belyenka, a 29-year-old pilot with the Soviet Air Defense Forces, made a fateful decision to escape the Soviet Union. And he did it by secretly flying his MiG-25 from a Soviet airbase in the Far East to a civilian airport in Japan. After more than a decade shrouded in mystery, the Americans got a chance to examine the Foxbat down to every last detail. Although similar in size and appearance, the MiG-25 and F-15 had almost nothing else in common. Built mostly out of heavy nickel-steel alloy, the Foxbat weighed nearly twice as much as the F-15. The large wings weren't for agility, they were needed just to get the monstrous jet airborne. The enormous weight meant that the MiG-25 could only pull a 4.5G maneuver. The F-15 was capable of nearly twice that. Most of what the MiG carried was fuel needed to feed its enormous engines. Even so, its combat radius was a mere 300 kilometers. Its avionics used outdated vacuum tubes, and its radar lacked look-down capability, meaning it couldn't even detect an F-15 flying below its horizon. The MiG-25 was anything but the dogfighting monster the Americans had feared. It was purely a high-altitude interceptor, designed to reach incredible speeds to catch enemy bombers. But it wasn't built to do much else. The Soviets had kept the Foxbat's capabilities a closely guarded secret, cashing in on its propaganda value and the alarm it had caused the Americans. But now it was the Soviets' turn to panic. Because in 1976, the Soviet Union had no fighter that stood any chance of surviving a dogfight with an F-15. F-15s scored their first victories in 1979, when Israeli pilots downed 4 Syrian MiG-21s in a single engagement. Over the years, the Eagle would win air battle after air battle, clearing the skies of adversaries almost as a matter of routine. Today, F-15s have racked up more than 100 victories without a single defeat, a record unmatched by any fighter in history. Early F-15A and B models were soon joined by C and D variants, improving on the aircraft's range, payload, and weapon systems. Originally conceived as an air superiority fighter, the F-15 would also be developed into a formidable ground attack aircraft, leveraging the fighter's superior range, speed, and payload. Nearly a half-century after taking to the skies, the F-15 remains vital to the U.S. Air Force, with deliveries beginning in 2021 of the F-15EX, a thoroughly modernized replacement for the F-15C. The MiG-25 was never designed to combat an air superiority fighter like the F-15. But in January of 1991, the two Cold War icons came face to face over the skies of Baghdad. And the outcome wasn't what anyone could have predicted. Because what the MiG-25 lacked in maneuverability, it made up for in raw power as the fastest fighter of all time. And the Iraqis would use it to their advantage, devising a daring plan to ambush F-15 Eagles as they patrolled the skies. You can learn about this incredible air battle in my next video coming exclusively to Nebula this month. Nebula is where you can watch a growing number of exclusive Mustard videos, like the story.
Yo, quick second to remind you guys, everything is recorded live on Twitch, so if you enjoyed the video, come say what's up, drop a follow, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Some people are requesting, some people
Dumpster. Okay. There's a guy in first floor too, so.
He ran away. Behind this side.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm on third. Where is he?
First floor by the guard desk, maybe? Or on the stairwell?
Alright, I'm gonna clear out guard desk.
Yeah. I'm on your right.
Clear.
Might have ran backwards.
Oh, he's out front, fam.
Are you dead?
It is too far away.
Wow.
I don't see him.
Need more room. It is too far away.
As soon as I realized that there was a third party pulling up on this team, 3-story dorms, I knew they were going to start getting shot from the windows and from the side, so I decided to start spamming grenades into the room, knowing that it would probably force them into windows in bad spots to where the other team could pick them off easily.
I need to target something first. I need more range. I need to get closer. I do not have a target.
If you're already loading, you can just stay in it. Okay. I have to loot like the last guy I killed in the middle and then just run to extract. Ended up killing like 3 or 4. Perfect. That's what I'm talking about. Pretty stacked lobby. slight delay. Killed another man.
Main's about to leave in 10 minutes.
Free man at my extract. Major delay. Major. Free man and they're all stacked as fuck.
We're about to take off, man.
Hey, the fight might have to go without me. Is it fucked up to rod non-insured headphones just to take the other guy you killed?
Is it okay to fraud non-insured headphones to take the one from the guy you killed?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
It wouldn't be fraud then.
Yeah, but you're just doing it to like spite the most recent guy you killed.
Honestly, I'd make space for both.
There's no space to be made here.
There's always space to be made.
Trust me.
Especially on crossing.
Okay, I'm finally fucking extracting. Like, I don't like making people wait, but sometimes you just have to.
I'm chilling, bro. I rotated on a lot of things in my stash.
Everything sideways. Whenever I pull up on a team, and I think that the enemy doesn't know that I know that they are there, I like to try to make a lot of sound and play line of sight so that I don't overextend to two people at once. And I try to bait one of them into peeking me to give me a free pick or just extra info on where they're sitting. But I try not to overextend so that I don't end up taking damage and then getting forced into a bad 1v2. Yikes, that guy's very aware. just throwing grenades and shooting towards where I know that there's people sitting, because I want to try to scare them into thinking I have line of sight on them. I'll probably try to walk further into cover to make sure they don't get hit, and I'll hear them stepping around, their ADS, or make any sort of sound, and I can actually figure out where they're sitting. If you ever see me sometimes when I'm standing completely still, and somebody starts to walk, I'll free look towards them through a wall. It's actually just to turn my head when somebody's making audio so that I can locate the sound better and have a better idea of where they're standing in direction to my character. At the start of the fight, I heard the MP7 guy, who I ended up jump-shotting, kill a guy inside of the weapon safe shack. So I decided to throw a grenade into the garage to make sure there's nobody else ratting, so I could push in there and loot the SR-25 guy. HA guy actually scared me really bad because I thought he was really far right, like when I initially spotted him, but he pushed close left and he made literally no sound. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed the video, drop a like, subscribe if you are new, and come drop a follow on Twitch. I'm live every day. Peace.
Need more rage. Not enough rage.
Fucking. Goodbye.
It is too far away. Not enough range. I need to target something first. It is too far away. Get closer. Not ready yet. It is too far away. I am active every night. That ability is not ready yet. It is too far away. Not enough rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage. is too far. Not enough rage. Not enough. I am out of rage. Ready yet. I cannot move that. It is too far. I need to get closer. is too far.
For new and experienced players alike, sniping is one of the hardest skills to master in Tarkov. But over the course of my time with this game, I've discovered 3 important rules that you can use to take your sniping to the next level.
Oh yeah. Killed one. Between, he's in between now. He should be dead.
What the act? Stick around to the end and I'll show you exactly how I was able to get a raid like that. So today, I'm going to show you a few things about sniping with bolt actions. This knowledge will apply to how you approach fighting people in general, so don't worry if using a bolt action isn't your thing. There's something for everyone here. But lads, welcome back to another one. I put a lot of love into this video, so sit back and enjoy the ride.
Sorry, there's an SR-25 in here. What the heck?
Oh, I dropped him. Wait, you just got an SR? Sorry?
What? Yeah.
Wait, I just got every special item under the sun. I just got a jammer, a multi-tool, and a marker.
Whilst we're sucking up this loot, let's talk about what these rules are about. So I've been playing this game getting on 4,000 hours now, and I've always been the type of player to tap and try to be accurate over spraying people. This means I've got a lot of experience with the style of gameplay that is required to snipe, and thus a few rules that I stand by to ensure consistent results in raids. And don't worry, I've been spending a lot of time studying the struggles of newer players especially, so these tips are pretty flexible and there's something everybody can take on board here. Anyways, let's get on with it.
Yo, that's
where
behind.
we came from.
Yeah. Yeah, we should go there. I'm gonna lie.
Yeah.
Where are these shots, you reckon?
Attachment.
Okay.
Oh! I'm dead! Bush Wookie!
Nice. Did you die on the rocks? Like...
No, I didn't even get to the rocks. I'm in the field right in front of you here. A bit to the right, and I'm in the field.
So I should be able to see him go and loot you.
Yeah. Could already be on me, to be fair. That was a different guy than you've been hearing.
Am I looking sort of near you yet?
This is what I'll refer to as rule number 1. Wait and go. This is the easiest form of sniping to master. It's entirely positioning based, and especially helpful for those struggling to shoot moving targets. You just have to remember at some point, the person that you're tracking will stand still. It's all about being patient and thinking ahead of time about where to position yourself. You have to play the game to your strengths, and if you know you're a little shaky on the mouse, then focus on improving your positioning, because ultimately, That's what will be setting up these kills. What? What? Unsure what happened to the second guy there, I had to push up and check. But first, I somewhat hid Martin's gun in a bush. He'll probably get that back in insurance. Wait, he's alive? Now we've established that this dude is still walking about, it'd be a good idea to talk about what to do when you miss your shots in situations like this. Particularly if using a bolt action, you always want to rotate. Run a little bit in a different direction and try find another angle on your target. The last thing you want to do is stick around in the area where you were last shooting.
He actually didn't die. It's kind of wild, you know?
That'll likely be the sniper scav shooting the Timmy on the border of the map, so I had a good idea of where to look here.
This man is literally indestructible. Survived the headshot, survived the chest shot, survived the sniper scav SVD shot, survived the stomach shot, and then finally fell over. What the f— How? I don't think I'm going to make it out of this raid, I won't lie to you. I thought I saw one on this side of the road with me, but hey ho, dead now.
Okay, now we've dealt with them, it's time to start looting up and head out.
Really some fresh shots at attachment, holy fuck. So the other spawn.
This raid wasn't ideal as we lost our teammate, Martin, in the process, but it's a good little warm-up for what's to come.
Whoa. Was that a guy? Did you see that? Hayes, I'll catch you later, man. Yeah, it was. Oh no. Oh man, he's never gonna loot that box again. Oh. Well. Guess we won't be looting him. Hopefully it's insured, yeah. Went for a swim, bro. Target liquidated. True. That's the type of death that this guy's gonna be thinking, oh fuck man, why me? Why me? I kind of feel sorry for him, like, that is such a tilt in death, like, you're in the deadest raid of your life, you're like, ah, fuck, might as well loot it. Might as well just fucking go to loot it. Just instantly dies.
Poor fella. What a poor lad.
It is too far away. Cannot do that.
If I hit that, I'm insane. Oh no. Oh fuck, dude. Oh no. It was only a player scav, but damn, that was a nasty shot. Okay. Not bad, I guess. Now, we all know Tarkov is a serious game. It's hard, and it's scary. So, what better way to tackle it than with the warming support of your friends?
Oh, I see what you did. I'll find them, don't you worry.
I'm running away before a flashbang goes off.
How have we ended up here again? Oh, that's an actual nade. That would have been fucking bad.
Oh god. You tried it. You tried it, motherfucker. I saw you. After a bit of tomfoolery, we headed over to the med camp.
You two done fighting over there?
Magnus isn't, no.
No,
He's still
I
trying to
see
blind
the
me.
flashbangs move through the forest.
Uh-oh.
Oh, nice shot.
Thanks, man.
You're so cracked.
Yeah, I was pretty blind as well for some reason.
I wish I could get good like you one day.
I'm gonna head over to Sniper Scabs.
Ah! There's a guy in the bushes right next to me.
What the fuck? You sure it's not me?
No. You're ahead of me. You're in front. He's in the bush right next.
I'm coming behind you guys, I hope, I guess, I think, I don't know.
Oh yeah, there was.
I got the tip.
What the fuck?
Oh my fuck!
Motherfucker, you just took his boomstick off of me. Nah, you can have it, bro. You can have it. You need it more than me, mate. You need it more. Dude, how did we walk past these two guys? Like, what?
No, they were just ratting. I heard them, like...
Level 34 and level 22 in a bush, bro. Man, come on. Killed Tommy Shelby.
What? Sorry?
Yeah.
What?
I killed Tommy Shelby, guys, look. Right here.
Oh, shit.
Fuck.
He stabbed.
My God!
How do we win these raids, by the way? How do we just fuck around?
These raids?
How do we just fuck around so much?
Magnus has died every raid.
Yeah, but he's not trying to survive.
Oh, true. I'm not trying at all, boys. That's the only reason I'm dying. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man.
I don't see... Oh, wait.
Below lookout is looted, so there might be people up there.
Alright, well, I'll do the zip rock, and we'll find out.
I'm trying to do the normal rock, but I'm out of stamina.
I'm just not rocking at all, boys.
No, I'm getting away from something.
I don't have flashes. Oh my God, what the fuck? Are you guys guys just trying to kill me? You're trolling so hard right now. I just want to play the game seriously.
We were having a good old time here, but we were actually looking for people to fight. So let's get to it.
Guys, in the lumber place.
Okay, it's very bad.
Fuck, I suck. I missed every bullet. There are two running to white.
Say that again?
White. There's two in white, man. White. They have all the cool whip. I only saw one, but maybe more. I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, I see.
Lou, you know.
Oh! Shooting at me on Dickhead. He's like behind white.
Hang on. He's dead.
I don't know if me or you killed him.
I swear Magnus is just fighting imaginary scabs.
No, there is BMC, but no one wants to come help me. And now there's a loud plane. Oh fuck! I'm getting sniped at. Motherfucker!
Wait, somebody else is shooting at Magnus.
Fucking is flying everywhere.
Magnus is in a war.
I was shooting at Magnus with the memes and I just saw a tracer fly past his head, bro.
Oh!
Someone's behind Dickhead.
I'm being fucked. I'm being fucked. Help! I have actually been fucked. Both my legs are broken.
Painkiller. I don't know, I thought it was behind towards Sniper Rock, like, because Martin turned around and started
I would
looking.
be fucking smoked then.
I turned around to get in cover because I had no idea where I was being shot from.
Was it suppressed or could it have been a scab?
Yeah, it was suppressed. Suppressed, yeah, not a scab, like fully auto fucking something.
But he had to be close. I swear he had to be close. Do you want to go like back behind, like on counter sniper maybe? Like see if we can get an angle on Sky.
Yeah, I can. Oh, straight ahead of us!
What the fuck? Where's that?
Dead.
Which one of us got him
That
there?
was definitely me this time. I shot first on my screen. That was pretty clean from me and Martin again. Whoever got the kill. Well, I heard...
That couldn't have been the guy that shot me, no?
Probably was.
Suppressed org.
Maybe, actually.
I'm just going to turbo loot it, bro. Who cares?
Victory.
Yeah, suppressed org.
Like, he came from the same direction that Magnus
It has
was
to
on
be, it
about.
has to be. Like...
I'm just fucking PvEing at this point.
Oh yeah, do you need meds, Martin?
No, I've got now.
Okay.
Wait, where did you kill the guy?
Behind Dickhead, like it was coming, he was rotating.
You know, so... Hey, ever wondered what it would be like to take a beloved children's story that stood the test of time for more than 100 years, suck out all of the passion, creative energy, timeless wonder, and universal themes, and replace them with jarringly inappropriate 21st century identity politics, a bland cast of sterilized characters played by a series of tick boxes carefully chosen to appeal to modern audiences, and CGI that looks like it was rendered by a team of 4 minimum wage animators in their spare time at the weekends? Well, then you'll have a pretty good idea of what it's like to endure watch Peter Pan and Wendy on Disney Plus. Or to give it a more accurate title, Wendy, Tiger Lily, Tinkerbell and the Lost Diverse Individuals, featuring special guest appearances from someone pretending to be Peter Pan. Honestly, this movie is exactly the kind of pointless, soulless, shameless dog shit that makes me genuinely despair for the future of humanity. It's 2 hours of utter tedium with absolutely none of the charm, likability, energy, or timeless appeal of the animated film that was made 70 years ago. But honestly, what did you expect from a modern Disney remake of a classic story? It's not like they were gonna do something really crazy like stick to the source material or anything. Anyway, let's take down a couple of lines of fairy dust. Oh, yeah, that's the shit. And I'll see you in Neverland. Or as I like to call it, jail. So the movie begins in Victorian London with young Wendy Darling getting ready to head off to boarding school to become a proper lady. Wendy's not exactly enthusiastic about growing up and becoming a woman and wants to spend her days sword fighting with her brothers instead. And naturally she's the best sword fighter ever, because of course she has to be, because the film wants us to believe that she can take on an entire ship full of pirates at the climax. Because as we all know, battering a couple of young kids with a wooden sword is totally the same as taking on a dozen fully grown, battle-hardened men. Physics! Luckily for her, diverse Tinkerbell hears her wish and sprinkles her with fairy dust so that she and her brothers can go with Peter Pan to Neverland, where they never have to worry about growing up ever again. That's nice, but then they've only been there for like 3 minutes before they run into Captain Hook, who blows the shit out of them with a cannon. Now, I'm no expert on 18th century naval artillery, but I'm pretty sure an explosive impact like this at point-blank range would have completely obliterated this entire group of children. The flying shrapnel alone would have turned this movie into the Omaha Beach scene from Saving Private Ryan. But whatever. They all magically survive and get split up, and Wendy just so happens to run into the diverse lost individuals. Not the lost boys, mind you, because that kind of exclusionary language has got no place in modern storytelling.
Lost boys.
But you're not all boys. So? But I guess it doesn't really matter.
Ugh. Yes, we get it. We're not supposed to care about the fact that you've just rewritten an integral part of the original story because the protagonist straight up tells us we're not supposed to care about it. Don't question it. Just clap like the mindless seals that you are. This is also where we get to meet Tiger Lily, who for some reason is now the de facto leader of the diverse lost individuals. At least I assume she is, but she's got this weird habit of speaking to them in her native language, even though there's no indication that any of them can actually speak it, and she's fully capable of conversing in English anyway, so draw your own conclusions there. Actually, I kind of like the idea that none of them have got a fucking clue what she's talking about, but they're all too polite to call her out on it. It fits pretty well with the creative aesthetic of this movie now that I think about it. Anyway, the premise here is that Wendy's two brothers have been captured by Hook and his pirates, so a rescue mission is on the cards. And naturally, Wendy ends up doing most of the work. She saves Peter's life, and even gives him a good old-fashioned bitch slap afterwards to assert dominance over him. This is a modern remake, in case you were wondering. So they go back to Peter Pan's hideout life, and even gives him a good old-fashioned bitch slap afterwards to assert dominance over him. This is a modern remake, in case you were wondering. So they go back to Peter Pan's hideout to regroup, and this is where we learn that Captain Hook was once a lost boy. Sorry, diverse lost individual, and Peter Pan's best friends. But then he got sad because he missed his mum or something, so he left Neverland to go and find her, but instead he got lost at sea and taken in by a group of pirates who raised him as one of their own. Sounds pretty nice to me, to be fair. But when he eventually returned to Neverland, he was all grown up, and so Peter did the sensible thing and cut his fucking hand off and fed it to a crocodile. Jesus, who's even supposed to be the antagonist of this movie? Then Wendy sings a lullaby to her brothers to make them pass out so that she can go back to being a girl boss, but the singing unfortunately alerts Captain Hook to their location. Now, you might think that being a former diverse lost individual himself, Hook would already know the location of Peter's hideout and probably make that his first target, but I guess that kind of logic has got no place in this movie. So there's another fight scene and Peter gets slashed with a sword and falls like 100 feet right through the fucking ground. Now you might think that this would shatter all the bones in his body and pulverize his internal organs, but then Tiger Lily shows up and smears some magical bullshit herbs on him, and everything turns out to be just fine. What exactly is this movie, Black Panther? Anyway, so Hook's now taken Wendy and the others prisoner and forces her to walk the plank, but then Wendy imagines all the girl boss things that she's gonna do when she grows up, and that gives her the power to fly and save the day. Notice how none of these images revolve around family or children, and actually end with her dying alone and unloved, probably surrounded by empty wine bottles and cats that will slowly devour her decomposing corpse. You know, it's funny how an upper-class Victorian girl's ideal of a perfect life corresponds almost exactly to that of a 21st century Hollywood scriptwriter. Must be coincidence, I guess. So Wendy saves Peter's life yet again, and then Peter apologizes to Hook for being a total asshole, but then Hook falls off the ship anyway because he's got no happy memories to help him fly, probably as a result of all the childhood trauma inflicted on him by Peter. Then Wendy takes all the lost boys back to her house in London and just dumps them on her parents like she expects them to deal with the situation now. What the fuck do you think they're gonna do with a bunch of strange kids dressed like circus freaks that have suddenly invaded their home? I'll give you a hint, young lady, it's probably gonna involve a one-way trip to the nearest workhouse for them and a severe beating for you. Probably should have stayed in Neverland, to be honest. You know, it's become kind of a tragic meme at this point that any Disney remake of a classic animated movie is probably going to involve bending and bastardizing the story and characters to make them fit with the obnoxious rules of modern identity politics. But honestly, it's hard to think of any story that's been more brutally compromised than Peter Pan. First and foremost, there's the characters, starting off with Wendy. The original Wendy was a feminine, compassionate and nurturing kind of character, a maternal influence on the Lost Boys who slowly helped them remember everything they'd lost back in the real world and realised that growing up is a natural and positive progression of life instead of something to be feared and fought against. Yeah, she wasn't exactly a kick-ass adventurer, but that wasn't her role in the story. What Wendy represented was growth, responsibility, change and maturity, the positive aspects of growing up, which ultimately made her the pivotal character in the entire narrative. But why have that kind of subtle, thought-provoking storytelling when we can turn her into the new and improved Wendy who fights men twice her size just as easily as 10-year-old boys, saves the day, rescues herself, bitch slaps Peter, and whose only character arc is having to realise her own potential? It's the same trite, tedious, simplistic line of superficial female empowerment that gave us planks of wood like Rey Palpatine.
Rey Skywalker.
Palpatine. A character that's got all of Luke Skywalker's strengths and none of his weaknesses, who's better than him at everything, so naturally you have to like her more than you like him. Why don't you like her? Why are you questioning me? Why don't you just do what I tell you to do? Then there's Tinkerbell, who actually had a pretty complex and tense relationship with Peter and Wendy in the original story. In fact, she fucking hated Wendy so much that she ended up betraying her to Captain Hook. But of course, we're not allowed to show negative emotions like jealousy and insecurity intruding on the flawless, supportive harmony of female relationships now, because as anyone who went through high school knows, adolescent girls are famous for their ability to get along and support each other. The result is a Tinkerbell with absolutely no personality, goals, or character arc of her own. She's just kind of there, ready to supply fairy dust when the plot needs some magic shit to happen. Tiger Lily is now a kick-ass girl boss who takes charge of the diverse lost individuals, saves the day on multiple occasions, and generally dominates any situation she's in. She always knows exactly what to do. She's brave, confident, assertive, and commanding, and basically acts exactly like every other generic strong female character in every other production for the past 10 years. For a company that's so big on diversity, they really don't reflect that in the personalities of their characters. And then there's Peter, who's now brooding, sullen, emotionally fragile, stricken with self-doubt and guilt, and easily dominated by the girls around him. The Peter from the animated movie was dangerous, unpredictable and self-absorbed, but he was also charismatic, wily, adventurous and intelligent, as quick with an insult as he was with a blade. He represented every aspect of boyish, adolescent energy turned up to 11, with all of the good and the bad that came with it. But this version of Peter is such an irritating, arrogant, malicious shithead that I actually found myself rooting for Captain Hook after a while. And it doesn't help that he's played by an actor with all the presence, grit and charisma of a 10-year-old girl. In fact, the only actor that delivers a half-decent performance in this movie is Jude Law as Captain Hook, but even then, he's been absolutely eviscerated by the script. The original Hook was a larger-than-life character. He was grandiose and theatrical, he dominated the screen, and he absolutely relished playing the role of the evil pirate captain. He represented all of the negative aspects of adulthood. He was domineering, coarse, brutal, frightening, and merciless. But just like the villains of so many other Disney remakes, there's been this weird attempt to reframe him as a tragically misunderstood anti-hero, a lost boy who strayed from Neverland to find his mother and got rejected by Peter when he tried to come home. But instead of making Hook sympathetic, it just makes Peter look like even more of an arsehole. And instead of giving us a lively, devious and colourful antagonist, we're left with a wet rag of a character with no clear purpose in the story. And I guess that's what really cuts to the heart of my criticism of this movie. Strip away all the tedious updates for modern audiences and the bullshit identity politics, and the movie still wouldn't be good anyway, because its biggest problem is that it's so fucking boring. It adds nothing of value to the original story, does nothing to improve on the animated classic, and if anything, it actually tarnishes its legacy just by existing. The only thing it does add to is the rapidly growing list of shitty Disney remakes that deserve to be consigned to the ash heap of history and forgotten as quickly as possible. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Need more rage. Not enough rage. I cannot do that. I need to get closer. Need more rage. Not enough rage. I am out of rage. I need to get closer. My ability is not ready yet. Need more rage. It is too far away. enough rage. Not ready yet. I am out of knowledge. It is too far away. I cannot do that yet. I need to get closer. It is too far away. I need to get closer. Need more rage. Not enough rage. get closer. It is too far away. Not ready yet. That ability is not enough rage. I need to get closer. It is too far away. That ability is not ready yet. I am out of range. I need to get closer. is too far away. Is not ready yet. Need more rage. Not enough rage. To get It is too far away. Not ready yet. I am out of range. Not enough rage. It is too far away. Cannot do it yet. Not ready yet. Not enough rage. Ability is not ready yet. I need to get closer. I am out of range. I need to get closer. I cannot do it. That ability is not ready yet. I am out of range. Need more rage.
That's a lot longer range than most of them.
Not enough rage. To get closer. Ready yet. It is too far. Not ready yet. It is too far away. Not enough rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage.
Talk to me. Time is money, friend. Glad I could help.
Mm.
I cannot do that yet. I am out of range. The ability is not ready yet.
Time is money, friend. Have a good one. I got the best deals anywhere. Be good. Ah, potential customer. Keep it real.
is too far away. do not have a target. It is too I am out of range.
Chris Roberts has been telling us for 10 years that publishers are bad. They compromise the vision for the game, they push games out the door before they're ready, all to make shareholders happy. The counter-argument is always, well, at least they make sure games get released. Star Citizen is in the worst state it's been in maybe ever. The live version of the game, 3.18, is completely broken. I logged on at the weekend to try out Xena Threat and instantly fell through the floor before I could even start recording. I then spent 5 minutes having the worst Star Citizen experience I think I've ever had. Things responded slowly, terminals trapped me, ships teleported me, weapons just stopped working completely on the server for everybody. Thankfully, I blew up and decided to log off. So I thought, maybe I'll try out the new Star Wars game. That was a mistake. Star Wars Jedi Survivor is a complete mess on PC. I've read and watched reviews, and I decided to try it out. All the reviews mentioned performance issues, especially on PC, but I don't think any of them truly explained how bad things really were. Most of the reviewers were focused on how their 4090 wasn't hitting 60 FPS and how terrible this was, but they all missed the fact that the game is completely CPU bottleneck, even on top-end CPUs. Jedi Survivor uses Unreal Engine 4, which, from what I can find with a bit of Googling, seems to have similar issues to the issues that Star Citizen has with CryEngine/Lumberyard. The main thread and the render thread are not multi-threaded, and they'll be the bottleneck in certain heavy parts of the game. Now, Respawn seems to have just completely ignored this and just shoved the game out the door. There is no way they didn't know how broken it was. The constant hitches and stutters are in every single part of the game that I've played so far. Like I said, the initial reviews focused on the wrong thing. The overall FPS is bad, yes, but the issue is the frame time. It's awful everywhere in the game, and I'm playing with a 7950 X3D. So it's horrible. Respawn must have known it was horrible, but still, it was released to the public as a finished game. A horrible decision. This isn't exactly an uncommon story. Plenty of games have released in terrible states on PC, especially over the last few years. So why does this keep happening? Well, it must be the publishers. There really isn't another possible answer. EA is, like all large companies, all about the money. I imagine there was a conversation that went something like this. Respawn said, the game isn't ready. And EA said, well, that's the release date. You've got to make it ready no matter what. We're sticking to that date. It seems as though EA just doesn't care about the bad press. They already have plenty of that. But they have a finely tuned release schedule that they're just not willing to compromise. These are the games that are coming out in this month in 2023, and we are going to release them no matter what. They're happy to take the initial money from the sales and try and fix these games after release. So, back to Chris Roberts. There is no way he would have released Jedi Survivor in its current state. Some might say, well, look at 318. But CIG will just shrug their shoulders and say, it's an alpha, what do you expect? 318 isn't a finished product and the same standards don't apply. But the difference between the two games is that CIG are slowly trying to fix Star Citizen. They've spent 10 years completely rewriting what we now call the Star Engine. Some of you older backers might remember playing Arena Commander when your ship and UI elements would start to shake as you got close to the arena boundary. CIG needed to convert the engine to 64-bit precision, which they did. Maybe you remember the boost in performance we got with object container streaming in 3.3. Putting persistent entity streaming in the game with 318 has caused all sorts of issues, but it is a massive technical achievement for CIG. And the big one, server meshing, is on the cards in the next few years. CIG has a good track record with these major milestones, they just take a long time. But in the here and now, 318 is really bad. There are lots of bugs, issues with back-end databases, desync and server-side performance issues, though client-side performance is, if you look back over the last 10 years, heading in the right direction. It's not anywhere near close to perfect, especially with Xeno threat running, but even in the worst parts of the game where you get the lowest frames, it's normally pretty consistent. I'd argue that even in its current pre-alpha / alpha / whatever you want to call it state, it's much more pleasant to play than Respawn's complete mess. The worst thing about the Jedi Survivor situation is that I'm not even sure Respawn are going to be able to do anything about it. It seems as though a major rework of the engine might be needed to fix the shader compiling that we see causing so many stutters. The game might never get fixed. 10 years into the development of Star Citizen, lots of people view Chris as the embodiment of everything wrong with the project. But as more and more rushed game releases come out every year, maybe it is better that Star Citizen takes 20 years to be made with no publisher pushing out the door. As slow and draining as that journey has felt so far, maybe a game that's given the time to work through tech debt and solve major challenges can turn into something special. As the quote goes, a delayed game is eventually good, a bad game is bad forever. But, unlike Nintendo, CIG does still have to prove they can actually release a game in a good state. The major test is going to be Squadron 42. It better be the most polished game that you've ever seen when it does finally release.
Ability is not ready yet. Not ready yet. It is too far away.
Hey, ever wondered what it would... Truly, we are living in strange times. A world where new Marvel and Star Wars movies are greeted with almost universal indifference, and a movie about a fat Italian plumber chugging magic mushrooms to fight a giant dinosaur is on track to make over $1 billion. And you know what? I love it. I mean, when it comes to making their transition to the big screen, Mario and Luigi have had a bit of a rocky history. 9-year-old me sat through the Bob Hoskins and Dennis Hopper movie way back in 1993, completely and utterly baffled at what I was seeing. A situation that remains unchanged to this very day. The film was such a nightmarish disaster that it basically soured Nintendo on the idea of big screen adaptations for the better part of 30 years. But it's amazing what a pair of successful Sonic movies from their old enemy Sega can do to change a company's mind. And so here we are in 2023, staring down the magical warp pipe of Super Mario Bros. The movie. It's nice to see that some rivalries never die. People have been going absolutely nuts over this film over the past week or so, hailing it as a turning point in the history of video game adaptations and possibly the future direction of Western cinema. Jesus, calm down, lads. But the reason you're probably watching this video is to find out if Super Mario Bros. Is actually any good, and more importantly, if it's worth parting with your hard-earned cash to go and see. Well, the answer is yes. Mostly. See, Super Mario Bros. Is the kind of film that's tailor-made for precisely two kinds of people. Young kids who enjoy bright colours and fast-paced action, and middle-aged gamers looking to relive their childhoods. If you fall into either one of these categories, then you're probably going to have a blast with this movie. And if you don't, then you're probably going to be left wondering what the fuck you just saw.
So what?
Shut up! Anyway, the movie centres around everyone's favourite Italian plumbers, Mario and his brother Luigi. They've just quit their jobs to start their own plumbing business in Brooklyn and sunk all of their money into a TV ad to promote it. Their first gig doesn't go particularly well, however, and when Mario's family question the wisdom of risking everything on his crazy pipe dream, Mario starts to have doubts about where his life is heading. Then he gets sucked down a magical warp pipe and transported into an alternate dimension inhabited by talking mushroom people. So yeah, in case you hadn't noticed, the movie switches gears pretty quickly. Anyway, the gist is that the kingdoms in this land are under threat by Bowser, who's managed to get his hands on the Craggle. The superstar that's going to grant him the power to destroy anything in his path unless Princess Peach agrees to marry him. Why exactly would a giant talking dinosaur be romantically attracted to a human female? And what does he expect to get out of such a relationship? Don't know, but it's a question that's haunted me ever since I was a little kid. Even worse, Mario and Luigi got separated on the way here, and Luigi's now been captured by Bowser's minions, leaving Mario with only one choice: team up with Princess Peach, fight his way to Bowser's castle, rescue his brother, and save the Mushroom Kingdom. Oh yeah, and in order to get there, they're gonna need an army, which means recruiting Donkey Kong to join the fights. As I said earlier, this movie is heavy on references, in-jokes, and callbacks to the classic platforming games, and if you're not familiar with the lore of those games, then you're definitely gonna be left wondering what's going on. That being said, for people like me who wasted months replaying every level of Super Mario World or Donkey Kong Country looking for every possible hidden secret, it's a pretty cool experience when you realise how much stuff they were able to cram in here. There's a definite sense of reverence for the source material and a desire to reward longtime fans of the games. Oh my goodness, respect for the lore and for the customers? What kind of bizarre world are we living in here? The plot itself isn't exactly complicated, and the characters aren't going to inspire 5-hour video essays about their hidden meanings and motivations, but then again, what were you expecting? The original games weren't exactly heavy on story either, and I don't think many kids back then were desperate to know Mario's entire personal history or the intricate political situation of the Mushroom Kingdom. That being said though, I think there was more scope to tackle slightly more complex ideas than they did here. The best animated movies are the ones that appeal to both kids and the adults that took them to the movie theatre in the first place, working in subtle but mature story and character beats that appeal to different generations. Like, there's a reason people still get emotional at the intro to Up, or the ending for Toy Story 3. The bittersweet acknowledgement that sooner or later we all have to say goodbye to the simple innocence of our childhoods and leave behind the once treasured objects that went on the journey with us. Stuff like that tugs at the heartstrings of kids that know eventually it's gonna happen to them, but it hits even harder for the parents who already went through it. Basically what I'm trying to say with all this pish is that there isn't really that same complexity of emotion or storytelling here. It's simple, straight up entertainment, and the only real theme that you can draw from it is the value of determination and loyalty to the people that you care about. Pretty universal and inoffensive ideas, but hardly groundbreaking stuff. But as simple as they are, I think most of the characters come across as likeable and fun. Mario's a plucky underdog that everyone underestimates, driven by family loyalty and able to pick himself up and carry on when the going gets tough. He struggles and fails but never quite gives up, and always finds a way to pull through to the end. Luigi's timid and reluctant, preferring to follow his brother's lead and always looking to Mario to protect him. He's probably the least well-served character in the movie, since he spends most of his time locked up waiting to be rescued. And although he does redeem himself at the end, it would have been nice to see the two brothers working together a bit more. Princess Peach seems to be the biggest bone of contention for most people, and it's not hard to see why. The modern Hollywood trend of elevating female characters into annoying, obnoxious girl bosses who can do everything that men can do, but better, is pretty well known at this point. And if the rumours are true, that's exactly what the studio had planned before Nintendo stepped in and overruled them. And if that's the case, then fucking hats off to them, because I think this version of the character manages to walk a pretty careful line, able to make decisions and look after herself without overshadowing and belittling the actual protagonist of the movie. Yeah, there's one or two little occasions when she's a bit too good at everything she does, and I noticed that the finale carefully adheres to the golden rule of modern writing that a woman can never be directly rescued by a man, but whatever. The point I'm making is that while she gets to do more than just scream at Mario, help me, she's a perfectly likeable and charming character all by herself. Ultimately, for all its simplicity and lack of narrative depth, Super Mario Bros. Comes across as the perfect palate cleanser for audiences worn down by divisive, preachy, and mean-spirited animated movies from the not-so-magic kingdom, or tedious and played-out superhero flicks in the twilight of their genre. And for all I joked about it at the start of this review, the box office numbers speak for themselves. We could just be witnessing a real shift in Hollywood and the kind of films that they make going forwards. The era of the comic book movie is coming to an end, and after decades of false starts and misfires, the age of the video game adaptation might just be upon us. And quite frankly, I'm more than ready for it. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Hinterlands, Ferals. Okay.
doing? Be good. What's up? Hurry back! Yo! Time is money, friend.
Hold on, let me see if I have that in. Does it give healing?
Talk to me. Keep it real. Time is money, friend. Glad I could help.
Good.
What's up? Do I have a deal for you? Be good. Yo! Keep it real.
Speak, friend. Strength. Which one? Stay away from them. Strength and honor. Strength. Blood and thunder. Dabu. Makra. Go forth to victory. Speak, friend. What do you need? May your blades never dull. Be safe. Speak. Loktar. For the Horde. Thunder.
Go over to Ender. No, sure, I'm heading there anyway. Oh, no, I've barely touched that. Barely touched my tea.
What do you need? Makra! What are you looking for? Tralhal. Farewell!
What's up here? No. Okay. Oh, that's all in there. Okay.
Zug zug.
So yeah, it's basically the same as what I've already got, except the stats aren't as good. That's what
For the horde!
Alright then, that's a nice gold and a half. Plus a ring I can vendor probably.
Makra.
Yeah, another gold and a half.
Strength.
Imagine you're the ruler of medieval Serbia. You love your people, even though sometimes they don't love you back, and you want to make their short and mostly miserable lives just a tiny bit better. You want to build roads, universities, and maybe even a functioning sewage system. But the poor sods in the countryside, well, they just won't pay any extra taxes. So, what do? Well, you turn to the Jews, or the Venetians, or maybe even the faraway Dutch, and you ask them for money. They're always eager to oblige, in return for modest interest rates in the low 20s. Naturally, you take the money and hire some local stonemasons, and they build whatever it is you wanted to build, and then the Ottoman Turks show up, conquering your kingdom, deposing your dynasty, and subjugating your people for the next 300 years. All the best with that, by the way. Now, as far as the moneylenders are concerned, the benevolent construction projects they had paid for were, well, still around, even if slightly modified. The problem for them was that they had lent their money to Serbia, and Serbia no longer existed. Then again, they could ask the Ottomans to pay back this loan, but extracting payments from someone with this many swords and cannons was never a simple affair. Now, this somewhat hypothetical example of ours illustrates the core conflict in the history of debt succession. Lenders would demand repayment for debts that conquerors had nothing to do with. I had nothing to do with it, but I'd like to keep the wall, please. It's important to note that prior to the 17th century or so, debts weren't really held by countries, but rather by people. Thus, our imaginary Venetian friends weren't really lending money to Serbia, but rather to its ruler. So they'd have little cause in pursuing that debt against the Ottoman Empire, for example. Sometimes you'd find provisions for debt inheritance within the family or dynasty. But when it came to foreign conquest, well, all bets were off. But as philosophy and law progressed, some started arguing that maybe the conquerors were indeed responsible for the debts of their newly obtained territories. This line of thinking emerged from Germany. Ah, the Germans. There's the right way, and then there's the German way, you know. Or, as it was then known, the Holy Roman Empire. This nominally gargantuan state was in fact made up of hundreds of smaller countries, each vying for power with its neighbors. When about half of those countries decided that the Pope was no longer cool, the other half decided to murder them. Guess 30 years and 5 million casualties later, and you've got France, Sweden, and her Protestant allies carving up territory from the HRE, short for Holy Roman Empire. Get with the lingo. But this time around, certain bright philosophers made a compelling argument. Since the debts of the lost territories were backed by physical assets, the debts should follow those assets to their new owner. France reluctantly agreed, and so when it annexed the region of Alsace, it also took over its debts. Let me have those debts. Thank you very much. Oh dear, what have I done? Sweden, on the other hand, argued that the territory it had gained was merely a fief, so it didn't pay anything. History is rife with cases such as these, where shaky legal arguments and implicit military threat ultimately decide whether the debts get paid. A great example comes from the good old USA, when Texas declared its independence from Mexico and petitioned to become a state. One of the big questions was what would happen to its debts. I say, in exchange for all those debts, why don't you have a couple of my cows? Now that's a deal right there. Over the next decade, as pro- and anti-annexation factions struggled for power in Congress, market speculators bought Texan bonds for cents on the dollar, hoping to cash in on a U.S. annexation. The U.S. eventually went to war with Mexico over Texas, and when it won, it agreed to pay off those bonds, minting many a millionaire in the process. A similar situation unfolded a few decades later, when the U.S. purchased Alaska, and again when it annexed the Kingdom of Hawaii. In both cases, the US footed the bill. Back in Europe, when the Kingdom of Sardinia was conquering its neighbors and creating modern-day Italy in the mid-1800s, it agreed to take on the debts of all the countries it was unifying. When it was finished, the collective debts became Italian bonds. Bond, Italian bond, shaken but not stirred. Again leading to a healthy dose of speculation. They just didn't have options back then, so gambling on bonds was the best they could do. In general, from the 19th century onwards, whenever a conquering country could afford the expense, it would either directly take on the debt, or it would at least pay it off partially. That's how you get seemingly contradictory situations like when Japan annexed Korea. Even though the Japanese were intent on assimilating the Korean people and erasing their culture, they still paid off all their debts. It does make sense in a way. Creditors are usually foreign and rich, so it's a good idea to keep them on your side when you decide to conquer someone. The only country that was consistently inconsistent in its debt successions was the British Empire, which would alternate between paying everything off and hunting down the creditors depending on the Queen's mood.
Off with their heads! Except him and them. I like them.
This, of course, is extremely understandable, considering the hegemonic power of the British Empire. After all, when you've got a track record of invading 9 out of every 10 countries on the earth, you're free to do with the foreign creditors as you please, I tell you. I mean, what could possibly be wrong with that? Well, my friends, I hope you enjoyed this impromptu lesson on the history of debt succession. If this knowledge ever proves useful in your mercantile adventures, do keep me in mind when you're rich and famous, and maybe even consider supporting me on Patreon. In any case, be on the lookout 2 weeks from now for the next avariciously enlightening episode of Side Quest.
Ah, the colonization of the Americas. A bloody affair that defined the course of history and paved the way for Europe's brief but noteworthy dominion over the world. One of the great mysteries of our timeline is why it was us Europeans that got away with conquering the New World. After all, Europe in the late 15th and early 16th centuries was, by all accounts, a backwater. It accounted for a tiny fraction of the world's GDP compared to the ancient civilizations of India and China, who would remain the top dogs until the Industrial Revolution. Now, India was pretty far away from the Americas, so we can give it a hall pass. But China was closer and reasonably well situated for transoceanic endeavors. So why didn't the Chinese colonize the Americas? Well, if we go back to the early 1500s, right around the time when the Europeans were kicking off their grand slam American conquest, the Chinese Empire was going in a very different direction. It was under the rule of the Ming Dynasty, famous for kicking out the Mongol descendants of our dear friend and world record genocide enthusiast, Genghis Big G Khan. Now, we already did a video on the Mongols and their brief rule over all of China, but in a nutshell, during their reign, China was integrated into the wider trade network of the Mongol Empire that stretched across most of Eurasia. This supercharged version of the Silk Road came to an abrupt end when the Mongols were overthrown. And while China was once again ruled by the Chinese, it was also again hostile to foreigners and generally indifferent to trade. This, of course, makes perfect sense when you consider China's geography. Its central heartland along its 3 major rivers is flanked on all sides by vast mountains and deserts, and the endless Pacific Ocean. From the point of view of the Chinese emperors, China was the center of the universe, and the farther away something was from China, the less important it was. And the Americas, situated on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, were very far away. Now, I mean, the Chinese did have the technological capabilities to reach the Americas in theory, if they knew where to look. Chinese shipbuilding was nothing to scoff at, and in fact, one of the very first acts of the new Ming dynasty was the construction of a vast fleet of over 300 ships. The emperor commissioned some of the largest wooden-framed vessels in history, supposedly reaching up to 100 meters in length, though that's disputed. This grand fleet, however, was not sent east into the unknown, but instead went southwest along the familiar trade routes of old. First to the maritime kingdoms of Indonesia, and then through the Indian Ocean towards Arabia. China, of course, like any empire, still sought to enforce its will onto others. But Chinese imperialism was different from the tried and true European brand we all know and love. Well, most of us, anyway. You see, unlike Western Europe, China was economically self-sufficient. It had no shortage of arable land and no pressing issues of overpopulation. In fact, in the 1500s, it was still recovering from the slaughter of the Mongols 2 centuries prior. In other words, China had no pressure to engage in the expensive business of settling distant lands. Instead, it focused on extracting tribute from its neighbors, ensuring their recognition of Chinese hegemony, and generally calling it a day of that. Thus, the great treasure ships of the Ming Dynasty were really only used to re-establish the Chinese tributary system, which had disintegrated when the Mongols were overthrown. Now, to be clear, these voyages were a shining success. They brought in gifts of gold, silver, and ivory, and also various pets for the emperor, including zebras, camels, ostriches, and at least 1 giraffe. But once the tributary system was back up and running, the need for such voyages disappeared. The last one departed from China in 1431. And since then, the empire more or less maintained its traditional isolationist policy, where foreigners were banned from entering China and Chinese subjects were forbidden from leaving without special imperial dispensation. These policies remained even after the Ming Dynasty was overthrown by another group of nomads. This time, though, it was the Manchus, not the Mongols, who, to their credit, did oversee the largest ever territorial expansion of China. But even this next-door neighbor imperialism would not be enough. For a while, China slumbered in blissful isolation. Europe took over half the world, and by the time the British came knocking at the gates of the Forbidden City, it was already far too late to compete. I mean, China did eventually overcome its so-called century of humiliation, and it has now come roaring back to the top. In fact, some would argue that it has now become the biggest rival to the West. And yet, not everyone agrees. And as you probably well know, finding out the truth in this day and age is becoming an increasingly difficult endeavor. Alas, not all media can be as unbiased as us here at SideQuest. Luckily for you, our dear friends over at Ground News have made it their mission to shine a light on the bias of global media and to hold journalism to a higher standard. Using their website and app, you can get your daily news with a detailed breakdown of which media outlets are covering it, what biases they have, who their owners are, and how factual their reporting is. You can easily sort through articles to see how major issues are being framed by news outlets around the world, allowing you to form an educated opinion, and ultimately getting you closer to the truth. You see, I start all my mornings with Ground News, and you can too by going to ground.news/SideQuest, or by visiting the link in the description. It'll help you stay informed and unbiased. It's a rare and savory combo. And now, at the grand finale, I'd like to thank you for watching, my dear friends. We shall hear each other again soon, or at least you shall hear me. So what if I told you that the infinite glory of the Roman Empire could have been preserved? There are some historians who argue that Rome wasn't all that far away from its own industrial revolution. Let's get to the bottom of this. Oh, and at the end, you'll also get to hear about the sponsor of today's side quest, Morning Brew. But anyway, here's the Roman Empire at its height, ruling over a vast territory stretching from Portugal to Persia. It was without a doubt the eminent European superpower while it lasted, which wasn't all that long. As with many things in life, once the Germans got involved, things went downhill fast. Yet one can't help but imagine a world where Rome had lasted, preferably excluding the dastardly bits like Christians tied to big stakes covered in tar and burnt alive, or being torn apart by dogs at Caesar's cocktail party, for example. In such a based timeline, we may very well have skipped the destructive Middle Ages altogether and gone straight to European global hegemony centuries earlier. It's less implausible than it sounds. By some estimates, Rome was only 300 years away from its own industrial revolution when things turned sour. The Romans had a lot going for them. Coal was mined throughout the empire and was used to smelt iron and to heat public baths. A little-known fact is that the Romans had actually invented a rudimentary steam engine during the 1st century AD in Roman Egypt. There, our good friend Hero of Alexandria put together this wonderful little contraption. It was too small to provide any meaningful amounts of power, but it clearly showed that the Romans understood the concept of steam engines. So that begs the question, why didn't the Romans industrialize? And how close were they to it, really? Well, starting with the technology, the Romans did have the necessary tools to, in theory, build a working steam engine. It would have had to be made of iron rather than steel, though. The Romans hadn't figured out yet that adding carbon into the mix makes it a lot stronger. An iron steam engine would be able to withstand about half the pressure, and would thus deliver a lot less energy. It would still be useful, of course, until you considered its price. Unfortunately, iron was quite expensive during Roman times. It cost very roughly 7 times as much as it did in Victorian England, and 20 times as much as steel costs today. But even if an enterprising senator or governor splurged out to get such an engine built, he would quickly run into a big and fairly obvious problem. Steam engines on their own aren't particularly useful. Without the necessary infrastructure like railroads and train cars, getting lots of stuff from point A to point B gets rather difficult. Making tracks out of iron rather than steel would be a big no-no. You'd either have to carry very light loads, or you'd have to lay new tracks every other week as soon as the old ones crumbled. Now, even if the Romans somehow built a fully functioning railroad for one of their mines, it would have been easily outcompeted by something as simple as a cart pulled by a pair of oxen. This also applies to other areas of the economy, like farming and manufacturing. Rome, as we know, was built on the back of good old-fashioned slavery, and no one really cared to make the work of the slaves any easier. They were slaves, after all. This goes on top of the fact that there were very few people in Rome with the resources to even try such an undertaking. I mean, there were no banks or stock markets or insurance companies, so unless you had truly stupendous amounts of money or appetite for risk, attempting to apply any industrial innovations would have been beyond your reach. Only the very top echelons of the empire could have tried it, and they were usually too busy trying to usurp each other and planning civil wars. If only they had some place where they could read all the best news and stories in business, finance, and technology, maybe then Rome could have survived after all. Luckily for you, our good friends over at Morning Brew do just that. Their daily newsletter helps you get up to speed on everything important going on in the world of business and tech, with a delicious dose of wit and spicy humor. Keeping up with the news has never been easier, and the best part is that it's totally free. You can subscribe to Morning Brew by going to morningbrewdaily.com/sidequest, or by clicking the link in the description below. It'll take you 10 seconds, my friend, and it'll make your mornings a lot better. But now, my friends, I must away. Thank you for watching, and stay tuned for the next imperialistically industrial episode of Side Quest.
Friends, Romans, countrymen, help me to pronounce the letter R.
That ability is not ready yet. is too not enough rage. I need to get closer. Not enough rage. Need more rage. That ability is not ready yet. Not enough rage. It is too far. I cannot do that yet. Not ready yet. I cannot do that yet. Need more rage. to get closer. Not enough rage. I need to get closer. I am out of rage.
Okay then, let's grab the flight point over here and so this is the climate. Can I actually buy an Althraxus in this general area? Just check Cadco's whiskers. Some, yeah, some grass, I want that. Want some grass for making some healing pots. There it is.
Not enough rage. That ability is not ready yet. Ready yet.
Okay, yeah. Not worth the risk. That I do apologize, and I shall continue back on my way. Instead of trying to do something quite this silly as trying to get more stuff. Except maybe over here. That sungrass. Sungrass is worth a lot. Army 1. Oh, still with what I've got in the bank, that should be a good 6 healing potions. Looks upgrade agility too, huh? I think the turtles along the shore here are like level 50. I don't think it's good to get the climate from them. Should probably just get the Swiss from somewhere and check out afterwards. Gold vein, gold thorn. Yay. Scary fucking dogs, scary fucking dogs. Nowadays, though, thankfully. Yeah, level 49. God damn. Inviting near Rafi Highlands. Pretty close. Very close, in fact. There as well. Go from the Rafi Highlands. That's good. Good spot to grab it from. I'll go back to there. I'm going the last 3 turtles to get the thing. Should be good.
How you doing, man?
Hello, hello.
Me got the good stuff, man. Be seeing ya. Stay away from the voodoo.
Snap jaws. Ah, yeah.
Spirits be with you, man.
Okay. Sell that for now. Don't have the recipe yet. I don't know if I'm gonna get it. Yeah, looks right to me. To Arathi, yeah. Let's go.
What can I help you with? For the Horde. Loktar. For the Horde.
What can I help you with?
Speak. Double greetings. We shall meet again.
Nice. Gotta pee.
To get closer. Not ready yet. Need more rage. It is too far. It is too far away. Can't do that yet. I am out of range. Need more range. It is too far away.
There we go. So.
Hey, how you doing? Have a good one.
What do you need? Brawl Hall. Be safe.
Wonder if there's a trade good vendor around here.
Strength and honor.
So there is.
Guide you.
Let's see.
Ancestors watch over you.
Guess they did mean that guy.
How may I aid you?
Let's see if this vendor. Someone called Lirana with food and drink there, but I want to know what this guy sells. Agent vendor.
Looking for something special?
Okay, you sell water. Does the food vendor sell food then?
Greetings, traveler.
No, that's unfortunate. Where's the closest place I can get shiny red apple? I wonder. I mean, I really do need to pee. I should build dash or dustwater marsh. No. STV. Fucking lol. Yeah, so basically I need to go to Thunderbluff if I want to complete that. Why not? Get on the pipe path and take a piss. Yes, I feel you. I just need to do this real quick. There we go. Get on the flight path before I.
I've been expecting. Well met. Peace, friend.
Thunderbluff. That shouldn't take more than 4 minutes to empty the old bladder.
Looking for something special?
How may I aid you?
I'm not sure where's the apple vendor. See if the innkeeper sells it first and then go look.
Greetings.
Nope.
Be careful.
Innkeeper does not sell. Reds and grains. Yes, in the left rise. Got it. There we go.
How may I aid you? Go.
Oh, it's double that. Okay.
Greetings. Be careful.
So might as well do a bit of alchemy while I'm here. No idea which of these is going to green out first. Let's start cooking. Yeah, all greens out at the same time. Well. continue.
May the eternal sun shine upon you.
You wish to speak? Winds be at your back.
Ah, I have just the thing for you. Walk with the Earth Mother. Peace, friend.
Oh yeah, we don't have any life written previous week left, do we?
Hail.
No. Not enough fig leaf to make anything out of that. I do have life root, just not previous week. I'll keep an eye on it, see if I come across anything.
Go in peace.
Go to the alchemy trader. So skill ups from that probably. Might be a couple from those. Nothing earth shattering.
Looking for something special? Goodbye.